scatters in chat right now. I gotta be a little quiet because we do have a visitor once again for the start of the stream, as we always do these days. Quite people happy. What's up, everybody? How are you guys doing? Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I don't know what that means, but appreciate that. Thank you for the 17 months. Amaterasu, thank you for the 18. Hibunayori, thank you for the 26. Landrock, thank you for the full year. And the Toaster, thank you for the 19. Appreciate all of you. We need a Charlie emote. That is in the works, actually. We will have Charlie emotes soon, hopefully. But yes, that is also in the works. All right. Hope you all are having a great start to your week, or had a great start to your week yesterday. Sorry for no stream, but I did need the day off after working on Sunday because I did have some stuff to do and some appointments to attend. So here we are today, and we have a couple of things to talk about later today as well. We have Primite errata, text correction, whatever. We're gonna talk about that in a second. Yeah, I'm being too loud. I know. I'm sorry. And we've got some new cards. We've got some Master Duel to be played. We still need to get the Master Rank. And a whole lot of other things. So why don't we get started? Atlantis, thank you for the 12 months. And YS Hipster, thank you for the 22. Appreciate that. All right, let us begin with the warm-up. It's so Jover for Primite. See, I don't know if it means that, but we'll talk about that. Let's get the warm-up done. And let's talk about that once that's over. Because I do want it. I just need to get my... Can I get my keyboard, little guy? I need my keyboard to guess cards, Charlie. Travis, thank you for the 15 months. I don't think it's that bad. We'll talk about that in a moment. Okay, let's begin. I'm getting World Legacy vibes on this first one. World Legacy, but I don't know which one that would be. World Legacy Awakens? No, I don't know. I don't think it's Sorrow either. Right, Charlie's leaving because I'm being too loud. Orchestrated release. Okay, that is, I think, Sandwich. No zoom. 360 no scope. The Sandwich. Let's go. Trickstar. Trickstar. However, I should probably skip because I don't know which one. Yeah. Trickstar band sweet guitar. Graceful dice. That magical spring? I don't think so. That's Cup of Ace. This could be Alsay. I'm not sure though. No. Uniflora. Oh, okay. I see. Yep. This feels familiar. That's Mare. That is a like 1900 attack fire. I don't know what it's called though. Yeah, I think it's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. Valkyrian Knight. What is this? I don't know what this. I don't think I've seen this before. Speedran, the Winds of Mischief. Okay. Getting a couple of tough ones here. It's fine. We can bounce back. I would need cards that I've seen before, though, in order to do the thing. Mahama. That's a Gem Knight. Obsidian? No. It's so hard to tell Gem Knights apart. Low light. I haven't gotten points in like 2 minutes. What are these cards? Support platform? No. Oh, Formula Synchron. Right, of course. That's the big Neos. Which one is that? Grand Neos? No, Divine Neos. Fabled maybe? Yeah, that's Fabled. Fabled. Opie? Slot machine? No, it's not slot machine. Jackpot 7. Yeah. All right, we are on terrible pace. Purple poison. Critical Crow, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. I'm glad you liked it. I think that's Ancient Warrior support, which means we skip it. Ancient Warrior Saga. Look, I don't know what you want me to do, man. I don't know these cards. How am I supposed to guess cards I don't know? Riddle me that. That's Vampire Dragon. See, if I know the cards, I can do it. If I don't know the cards, however, I can't. What is this? Feels like a hero card with like Skyscraper in the background. Diffusion. Yeah, some of them have spaces in them, some of them don't. Very reasonable. This... I feel like this is a super heavy samurai. Soul Horn. Break armor. Super heavy samurai. Soul break. Soul breaker armor. Okay, that's the one. That was not worth it for like 10 points. That's Secret Village. That's not Secret Village? Oh, it is not Secret Village. That is a monster even. It's what, yeah. No, I don't know what it's called though. I've seen it though, but that looked a lot like Secret Village. Come on. Mystical Beast of the Forest. No idea what that is. Liberty at Last. Is this Nephthys card? I think that's Nephthys. It might not be. Priamid. Reamid loading. Okay. That's one of the Tyrannos. But is it just Ultimate Conductor? Yeah. Like an insect. Dream Cicada? Dream Cicada. I have seen this guy. It's an old vanilla. Wolf Axe. Yeah, I was thinking Wolf Soldier, but no, it's Wolf Axe Wielder. Yeah. War Rock Dignity? No. The only thing I know is that it's not in Duel Links. Yeah. I think. Red Eyes Spirit. That's Grand Soil, but on a spell trap, I think. A wild monster appears. Yeah. Could be Raigeki Bottle. This is... I'm gonna know this. It's just I can't tell yet. That's a very old vanilla. Something Temple of Skulls. Yeah. That one. Is that a vanilla or a trap card? I think it's a vanilla. That's also very old. What is this? Oh god. That's also vanilla from way back in the day. The human. That's another very old card. That's something Witch's Apprentice? No, Hysterical Fairy, my bad. Yeah, you're right. You are right. Well, that's alien support, but it does not look like one of the ones I know. I know it's an alien, but alien psychic? No. Hippo. Ah, look who's back. Okay, I can only see half of my screen. Because there's a cat in front of it. But that's a tribute burial. Book of something, secret arts. I think that's Maiden. That's something cavalry. Maybe not. Maybe I lied. It's the zombie card, isn't it? Heavy. Is it this? No. No. It was a Duel Links card? Yeah, it's the zombie 1800 Gemini thingy. What is this card called? Heavy Knight of the Flames. I thought it was something cavalry. Okay. This is something dragon no. Something dragon. Dragons. Drag Carnation? Dragon Carnation? That one. Yeah, okay. That's a Noble Knight spell trap, but I don't know much about those. Until Noble Arms are needed again. See, that's the thing. This card doesn't make sense because Noble Knights were never needed. Maybe that's why I can't ever remember this name. Okay, which archetype is this again? Is that for hire? Adventure? Breath of Resurrection. That's Performapal. Not so. It's Pendulum Sorcerer. Yeah. Vampire Grace. Illusionist. This one. No? This one? Huh? Who are you? Well, anyway, it wasn't going to give us 700 anyways. It was washed regardless. It was washed regardless, guys. Don't focus on the card. Just look at Charlie, okay? Just look at Charlie. All right? Don't look at what was on the screen. Dark Illusionist? Okay. Okay, it's not Giga Washed Caustic Skies, but thank you for the 7 months. Xenoy, thank you for the 11. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yuri, thank you for the 4 months. Corn Fake, thank you for the 18. Blauman, appreciate the support, everybody. Thank you. All right, let us quickly get the other stuff done. We can also play a round of higher or lower, because I want to. Do the Rongo here real quick. It's a level 4 Dark Monster, high attack, low defense. Okay, there's a bunch. Let's do a Breaker the Magical Warrior. To see. Okay, it's not that old. We've got more than 1600 attack. Oh, it's not dark. I'm dumb. Okay, it's not a dark. Let's do Yeroth then. Oh, it's also not a warrior. Okay, what about this guy? Earth 1900. Rock type. I mean, I'm not an expert on rock types, but I do know, yeah, Kokimeru Guardian. Ah, okay. Oh, that was lucky. I don't know why I thought of this guy, but that made it easy. Yeah. I was just trying to think of an Earth monster level 4 because I think Earth is the second most common attribute after Dark. And for some reason, I thought of Gigantes or Gigantes, whatever you call it. All right. Let us work away at our world record for higher or lower. Once again, first things first. First card right out of the bat, I got no idea. Okay, later. Good. Litmus Doom. Great. Good. Okay, that does not count. Come on. Who knows when Litmus Doom Swordsman came out? No one does. No one knows that. Literally no one knows that. Okay. That's got to be older. That is earlier. That is later. That is probably earlier. Yeah. That has got to be earlier. That's got to be later. Ooh. That's probably later. Yeah. 17. A year later. That's old. That. Oh, wait. Which set is Chaos Neos? Which set is Chaos Neos? Gladiator's Assault? Gladiator's Assault, right? Yeah, that's after. Yeah, okay. Denglong is newer than that. Brightron 2020. That's easy. That's also easy. That's also easy. That's older than that. Ooh, that's not fair. I think this one is... They might be the same set. If not, it's very, very close. So these two are either Flaming Eternity or the Lost Millennium. I'm not sure. I think one of them is in Lost Millennium, one of them is Flaming Eternity. I think this one is Flaming Eternity, which I think came after. I think this one came after. Okay, that's one set apart. That's crazy. Gaia is Rise of Destiny. Okay. Hamster later. Please? Okay. Oh god. When did Ad Ignista release? Probably in 21, right? Earlier? 29? Ignister is 2019? 20, that's not 20, it's 2020. What the hell is a Razorang? Now, is Razorang legacy support or OG Speedroid? It doesn't look new. It feels older. Okay. That's very old. Not that old. 2020s, dual avatar. That is very new. I feel like this card is relatively recent, but I don't know exactly. Okay, it's not that recent. Good. Okay, that's easy. Also easy. Okay, today they're being mean to me. They're being mean. Nemlaria is later, right? That's not 2021. Okay. Oh, that's legacy support. That's legacy support. But when did they get legacy support? When did they get legacy support? It's old. This is not the support. This is OG. Okay, I thought. Okay, you're right. I would have probably lost. Wait, we had this. I forgot. That was like 2019, right? 2015. Okay. Revolution Synchron. That's also legacy support. When did the alien legacy support happen, man? Oh, earlier. Yeah. Oh man, this is mean. This is mean. This is right around the time where if this is an OG BA card, it could have come out in 2015. I mean, the initial wave of BA is 2014. But did we we still got new BAs in 2015, didn't we? Like Farfa and so on are all 2015, right? And Beatrice wasn't out in 2015. There's Beatrice. Yeah. I mean, sometimes they do put cards on cards before they come out, but that's by 3 months. That's legacy support for the Ruin archetype. Spool code I've never seen in my life. I'm just going off of I'm just making an educated guess because this looks like a Cyber support card. So like it would be 2017 or later. Okay. That's old. Newer. Very old. UFO Turtle is even older. House Dust on. Garbage Ogre. I do not know when Garbage Ogre came out. They were close to each other. No! Oh! The gimmick puppets, man. Not the gimmick puppet. What's the record? I think this is the record. I think this is the best we've done so far, 66. The gimmick. I didn't know they got 2 waves of support. See, that's the thing. I knew that this was not in the original. Well, I knew this was not in the latest wave of gimmick puppet support, but I didn't know that they had gotten 2 waves of legacy support. Like I thought this was one of the OG gimmick puppets. Well, all right. Well, unfortunate. We will get there eventually. Let's begin with some content for today. Link wave. Oh yeah, right. They did get a link monster at some point, so it must have been around that time. Yeah, I didn't think about that. But even then, I wouldn't have known. I would not have known that whether this was original wave or link wave. Can someone send me the game link? I can send you the game link. Give me a second. I'll copy it for you if you want to play yourself. There you go. All right. Let us talk about some of the things that have been going on over the last couple of days. First and foremost, we have an important news update for anyone who is looking into Primite cards with the Supreme Darkness. We have got the following news, which is something that we've been speculating about since the initial printings of this card have come out. Obviously, everyone has been talking about how this card's text was different because it said during the standby phase, which would mean that it would work in both players' standby phases, which has caused some amount of hype around the Primite cards. I mean, the Primite cards are good regardless of this, but just for like an updated piece of information, they have actually gone ahead and changed the text of Primite Dragon Ether Barrel to work in the way that it was originally intended and also works in the OCG, right? So they have quote unquote fixed it, which is going to lead to some confusion because it's going to work differently than what is printed on the card, which is why there's a note here saying, please note that the text of this card has been adjusted. Be sure and play with the version on this page, even if your physical card is different. So the version on this page now reads, during your standby phase, if you have a normal monster in your field or graveyard, you can add this card from your graveyard to your hand. So this card is now going to work the same way as it does in the OCG. There's a few things to note about this. There's a few things to note. First things first, I don't think this is inherently a bad thing. I generally, even though it's going to be annoying that like it doesn't work exactly like it's written on the card, it could cause some confusion with people who don't know exactly about like the Yu-Gi-Oh card database or aren't like 100% up to date on these kind of changes. If they have the physical copy of the card in front of them, they might think it works differently than it does actually work, which could cause some confusion. Generally, however, I do think it's a good thing when the game functions in similar ways across different countries. So I am generally a fan of correcting an error instead of just having it stand. Like, just be like, oh, we messed up, but doesn't matter. Just deal with it. So I do think that's fine in terms of the decision that they made. The other thing it could mean is that we might be looking at a relatively early reprint for Primate Dragon Ether Barrel. This is 100% speculation and just an educated guess. But in these kind of instances, they might decide to reprint it with the proper text a little faster than they might have originally done so. Because one other example of what has happened in the past, we've brought this up last time when we talked about this card, is Aluber, right? Aluber has had a similar issue where it had a misprint on the original release, and it was a very expensive card. Let's check how long it took for Aluber to get a reprint. I think this page has the dates for it. So Aluber was printed in Dawn of Majesty. It did take a good amount, actually. I didn't remember it taking this long, actually, for them to reprint it. Okay, never mind. Maybe it doesn't mean a fast reprint, because the first printing of Aluber was in August of 2021, and then it was reprinted in May. So a good chunk of time later. So yeah, okay, maybe it's I in my head I thought it was a much faster reprint. But okay. Yeah. Whatever. Do with that information what you will. I don't know what it means in terms of a reprint or whatever around the corner. Maybe I just I misremembered how long it took for Aluber to get a reprint. Just be aware that the card now works as it was intended. If you're playing with the Primate Dragon Ether Barrel, even though your physical copy that you may have pulled at like a sneak preview or in the initial sets that are going to come out and on Thursday, it's going to say the standby phase. It is going to work exactly as it is in the card database, though, with your standby phase. It is something that they could potentially do if there's another wave of printings for Supreme Darkness. There are apparently people in chat are saying there are corrected versions of Aluber out there from Dawn of Majesty. But the initial wave of Dawn of Majesty had Aluber with the printing mistake where it said add a Despia spell trap instead of add a branded spell trap, which only technically by that logic it would only have one target. Which was the field spell, the theater. Aluber was only misprinted in EU, not in NA. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. Is that the same for Ether Barrel, or did Ether Barrel have this sort of misprint in both versions? Just so I know, just out of interest. TCG, like all across TCG? Okay. Well, yeah, now it's fixed, quote unquote, but you're going to have to deal with probably some people that you're going to have to explain to that their card actually works differently than what's written on it, which can be annoying, but it is what it is. What about non-English TCG copies? What about them? Every single version of this card now works the same. Every single print of this card works the way it was intended. Every single, even the German one, now on the database says, has the same note here in German, and it says during your standby phase. So every single version of this card is going to stay and work the way it was intended. The printing of the card, I think, is probably the mistake is probably on all the prints. They're probably all misprints in that sense. Because I think the text was just translated incorrectly. But yeah. All right. That being said, that's not really a new card. That is just a small little update to this whole Primate Dragon translation error. We have a couple of new cards to look at, though, from Alliance Insight, which releases in the OCG, if I remember correctly, in 4 days. At this point, we are not missing many cards, but here's a couple more that they have announced recently. We have at first I thought this was just an alt art to Dark Magician Girl. Turns out it isn't. Turns out it's a new card. And it's called Dark Magician Girl, the Magician's Apprentice. Level 6 Dark Spellcaster, 2000 attack, 1700 defense. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. You can special summon this card by discarding one other card. If summoned this way, its name becomes Dark Magician Girl. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Shining Sarcophagus from your deck to your hand. Gains 300 attack for each monster in either graveyard that mentions Shining Sarcophagus. So, not much to be said here, honestly. It's a relatively straightforward card. It's another one of those apprentice kind of cards where you discard one to special and then you get a search, very similar to Nightmare Apprentice, which is also a very good card, as we know. This concept is powerful. You know, it's extension. It can be a starter. And for the Shining Sarcophagus archetype, this is a good card. However, the problem is, like, does this make the Shining Sarcophagus deck good enough? It definitely makes it better. It definitely makes it better, but the question is, does it make it competitively viable? Which, I mean, the deck is already not terrible, so who knows? You know, it's probably not going to be, like, the best deck in the room at like a YCS, but it does give it a little bit of an extra. You know, we've seen this deck top some regionals in the past, right? When it came out after Legacy of Destruction, I think was the set. People have messed around with it. People felt like it was okay, fine deck to play, nothing crazy. And this will just like kind of strengthen it a little bit extra. Barry adds a Magician Girl. Barry Magician Girl. Barry Magician Girl. If this card's normal summoned, you can add a Magician Girl monster from your deck to your hand once per turn. Targets this card. Okay. Yeah, you could now search this with Barry Magician Girl if you want to play that as your normal summon. I do think the Shining Sarcophagus deck already has normal summons though, right? Like, aren't you running like Gadget Trio as a normal summon, for example? Or can you just special summon those? I think those are normal summons, right? So I don't know. You do have the option to play another normal summon, I guess. It's worth noting, yeah. So that's that. Then we have an interesting piece of yugioh support. Well, I don't actually know how interesting it is yet, but that potentially means we're gonna look at give me a second. Hold up. Alliance Insight. Are there still cards missing from this set, or do we have the full picture yet? That's what I want to know, because there's still some missing. Okay, let me get a full list somewhere. So here on Wikipedia, it shows 22 and 23 is missing. 33 and 34 is missing. That'd be 4 cards. 5, 6, 7, 8 cards missing here. So there's 8 more cards missing. And you could once again educated guess, which could 100% be incorrect, but they're announcing yugioh support, which came out together with Malice and Ryziel, which is obviously a little bit of a scary thought it's a little bit of a scary thought because, I mean, Malice and Ryzeal are already pretty dominant. So, well, I mean, it's going to be very interesting, to say it mildly, on what kind of support they give these two decks. There has already been, I don't know if I can find it real quick, but there's already been, like, I feel like they've announced Malice stuff for their YCS, like a playmat that has artwork on it that isn't on any Malice card yet. So let me see if I can find it real quick. It's probably been a couple days since they've announced this. I don't even know if they posted it here. This one I think is where they get it. Yeah, so this is YCS Japan, where you get the Dragon Ruler playmat, which looks sick, by the way. The sleeves too. Holy, I love those accessories. But they've also announced the same for Malice. So there's a Malice playmat and a Malice sleeve, which shows either it's just like additional artwork for Malice, or it's just a new card. It could just be a new card, which, now that I'm seeing that there's yugioh support in Alliance Insight, we might get these. We might get another wave of Malice support in this. But honestly, not much need to speculate because the set is going to drop in literally 4 days. So we're going to find out this week. Let's look at this yugioh support, which is probably in need of some very, like, yugioh is in need of some really, really broken cards in order to be considered viable, because that deck is not good right now. We have Realized Reincarnation yugioh Anva. Level 10 Dark Dragon Pendulum Effect monster. Badass artwork, by the way. 3000 attack, 2100 defense. It has a pendulum scale of 11. Which, hold up, let me see what the scale of the other one is. I'm assuming the other one has a low scale, because that would make it sense. Yes, the other one is a scale 0. Okay. And the yugiohs are level 10s, so you would need a scale 11 to pendulum summon them. You can only use the second pendulum effect of this card's name once per turn. You cannot pendulum summon except yugioh monsters. This effect cannot be negated. When an opponent's card or effect resolves that was activated in response to the activation of your yugioh spell or effect, you can negate that effect, then destroy this card. Okay, so this acts like a pseudo Called by the Grave, because I think one really important card for this archetype is the field spell, so you can protect the field spell from being interrupted with this. And it doesn't activate, right? So, yeah. Monster effect. You can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn. You can tribute a yugioh monster from hand or field, except another Anva. Special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can target a card on the field, destroy it. If this card is destroyed, you can place a yugioh continuous spell trap from deck, grave, or banishment face upon your field. Okay, a lot of stuff happening here. It is a level 10 itself. It's just good. Is it that good, though? Is it that good? It just feels, it feels okay. You pop it with the ritual and you get 2 spells for the price of 1. So the ritual says, no, the ritual can't destroy this. The ritual monster reads, as a pendulum effect, during your main phase, you can add a non-pendulum yugioh card from your deck to your hand, then destroy this card. You can't destroy the other scale. You have to destroy itself. If a monster tribute, if a monster on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card's in your extra deck, you could tribute a level 10 yugioh. If you do, special summon this card then you can apply this effect. Destroy up to 2 cards you control. If you do, place up to that many Ryoge continuous spells from your deck face up on your field. So, in theory, right? In theory, there are 3 different Ryoge spell, continuous spells, right? For each attribute, or each main deck monster, they have 1. There's also, no, that's a quick play. Okay. So what they want you to do is they want you to summon this guy, destroy itself, and the new pendulum, which means you get all 3, right? You get all 3 continuous spells if you pop those 2, because this one is going to place 2 of them, and this one places the 3rd one. Sure. My issue with this entire thing is that this doesn't even feel like... This just feels like not a consistency card, which I feel like is what that deck needed, but okay. We have a new trap card, which is a continuous trap card, which you can also place with this guy. You can only use the 2nd and 3rd effect once per turn each. Your opponent cannot target Ryoge monsters you control with card effects. If you have a Ryoge pendulum monster on your field or extra deck, you can shuffle 2 Ryoge monsters from your hand, graveyard, and or banishment into the deck, then target a monster on the field destroyed. If this card is destroyed, you can set a non-continuous Ryoge trap from your deck, graveyard, or banishment. Wait, what Ryoge traps are there? Ryoge Rivalry. Special summon a Ryoge from hand, deck, or graveyard. Return to the end phase. Banish this card from your grave. Recycle. Okay. Here's a few things. Here's a few things I like about this deck. It feels like these cards are very cool. And it feels like it has a really cool grindy aspect to it. The problem with this deck, competitively, is that you play so much stuff that doesn't actually do anything. Like, you're gonna draw the trap card, even some of the continuous spells, like, just don't actually do much, right? Like, you draw your Dino Domain, and it's like, okay, doesn't do anything on its own, because all it does is it gives you a monster effect negation if you already have stuff. Then there's the wind one, the worm winds one, which is also just reactive. None of the continuous spells do anything on their own. And the monsters also don't do anything really on like, they're not really, they don't really do anything. So it's just a deck that's full of big dudes that don't do anything. And so you really need to open with the ritual monster. And this doesn't change this. This doesn't really give you more ways to get started. It just gives you even better grind game if you get going, which is cool, but it's not what the deck needed, I think. Well, okay. I think there's a very, very high likelihood that the Malice support or Ryziel support is more relevant, simply because, I mean, if they even make more, simply because those decks are already competent decks to begin with. Like, these cards are not bad, but the concept they are throwing them in is just not good enough, and they also don't help make the concept good enough. You can search both of the Pendulum Dragons with Melody. Sure. Okay, I guess you can play Melody of the Awakening Dragons to have a little bit of a consistency tool then. But, no. Here's the most exciting card, honestly, out of this entire bunch. We've got the Psalm of Kings, which is a normal trap card and is the 3rd entry into the Dominus archetype, quote unquote. Let's just call it an archetype. Which I was wondering if they were going to continue making more Dominus cards, because they have in theory covered all the attributes, right, by the 2, because each of them locks you out of 3 attributes. This one works a little bit differently, and it's very interesting, and I do think it's a very good card, but also very well designed. So here's what it does. It's a normal trap card. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. If you have no monsters in your graveyard, you can activate this card from your hand. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, you cannot activate monster effects in the hand, graveyard, and banishment until the end of the next turn after this card activated from the hand resolves. Also, negate that effect. Then, if you have a trap card in your graveyard, you can add a Dominus card from your deck to your hand. This card is very interesting, but I think the coolest part about this card is that it is balanced in such a way that you cannot just throw it into any deck like you would with like an infinite impermanence or something. I mean, something like this card is even different in its restriction than Dominus Impulse or Dominus Purge because it doesn't have anything to do with attributes. It just says strictly you cannot activate monster effects in hand, graveyard, or banishment during your next turn, right? Because I mean, this is a hand trap, right? Let's not pretend like it's a normal trap card. It is a hand trap, or rather, it is something that I find very cool, which is something that all the Dominus cards also share. Is that going first, you will set it like a normal trap card, but going second, it has the added benefit of letting you activate it from hand by taking some sort of restriction. You would never, I don't think you would ever play this card in a deck that needs to activate stuff in the graveyard or banishment. Like if you're playing, let's say, a Malice deck, or you're playing a any other like meta deck that needs one of these locations to function, you would not play this card in it. But there are a couple of decks that this really benefits, mostly like trap-oriented strategies like Labyrinth or something, where if you go first, this is a very good card and it doesn't have any restrictions when you go first. But if you go second, you don't actually care that this is like a better this is a better effect veiler essentially, and it's especially good if you can pair it with other Dominus cards or Imperm, for example, right? You can't activate Lady. You can chain Lady to this if you really care about it. You can chain all these cards because it just says you can't activate monster effects after this card resolves. So like if you have those cards in your hand, just chain them. If you really want them. Like you can activate this card and then chain a furniture to put a trap card in the graveyard. And then you will be able to search a Dominus card with this. No, you can't. You can't chain. Why not? Of course you can chain to it. It says until the end of the next turn after this card activated from the hand resolves. You can obviously chain to it. Obviously you can. Can't you still use field monsters? Yeah, you can still use monsters on the field, but it's just that most traditional like combo decks or Yu-Gi-Oh decks say that they need multiple locations to work in. Like take any of the meta decks from recent years, and you would find that they will have something that activates in hand, graveyard, or banished, right? Like there's isn't this pretty crazy going first in Fiendsmith Kashtira, maybe better than Judgment? It's really good going first if you have a trap card in your graveyard and your deck plays a Dominus card anyways, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing that you have to also realize with this card is this card is only playable or only good in decks that already play Dominus cards. Because that's the real advantage of this card, is if you have a trap in your graveyard, it's really, really good. If you don't have a trap in your graveyard, this card is basically a worse Imperm or worse Effect Veiler, with the small caveat that you can't dodge this because it doesn't target, which is very good. But if you don't have a trap in your graveyard and you're not searching a Dominus card, then this card is not much better than Veiler or Imperm. Oh, new Malice was announced? Okay, we'll look at that in a second. That's exciting. We'll wait for the translation to arrive. But once the new link me the translation once the new Malice support is out, so we can look at it. I think that this card is phenomenal, but only in decks. Basically, this card has double restriction because it also has the Dominus restriction on it. Whichever Dominus card you play, because you're never going to play this card without a Dominus card. So your deck has to be able to use Dominus Purge or Dominus Impulse and not care about activating effects from Grave, Banish, or Hand, which is essentially a smaller subgroup of decks, but most of them are slower decks, which I think is why this card is well designed, because it doesn't fit into any of these fast-paced like hand trap slinging decks, right? Is it ashable? Of course it's ashable, yeah, because it could add a card from your deck to your hand. It's ashable every time, even if you don't have a trap yet, because you could still have a trap in the graveyard on resolution. It checks on resolution whether you have a trap in your grave, so it's always ashable. But yeah, very good card. I'm excited for it. I think the balancing on it is good, because it's a powerful card that makes you think where you can use it, but it doesn't obviously fit into any decks. Even decks that don't really use Graveyard Hand or Banish, like Ryziel, for example, could play this card, because Sword Ryziel and X Ryziel don't activate to summon from hand. So in theory, yes, if you really wanted to, you could play this card in Ryziel. But the thing is, why would you? Because you're not going to play Dominus, the other Dominus cards in Ryziel, because their restrictions are too harsh. And Ryziel also almost never has a trap card in the graveyard to begin with. So why would you play this card if you can't search a Dominus card with it relatively consistently? It is just a worse imperm. Right? So yeah, you gotta think outside of the box to use this card. But if you do that, and if you find a good way to use it, it's phenomenal. And that's why I like it. All right, let's see if we can get our hands, before we hop into Master Duel, let's see if we can get our hands on this new Malice support real quick. Does anyone have a source to the new Malice cards? Because that could potentially be a very, very big deal. Okay, I'm seeing this picture on my Twitter. It's exactly what I said. It's the card on the playmat. I mean, it was not much of a like, it was not too hard to guess. No effects yet. I mean, dude, the card is right here. Surely someone understands it. Surely someone understands it. I'll be right back. Charlie is meowing because I think he wants some food. So I'll just give him some food real quick, and then I'm sure we'll have the translations in a second. Okay. Okay. So here we go. We have a quick play spell and a monster. Now, here's the thing. You guys know I don't like Malice, especially because I hate playing against it, because if that deck plays, it's very, very powerful. So what I'm hoping this isn't is I hope this is not just another like starters and wait for consistency, because the deck is very dangerous if it plays. Malice P March here. New main deck monster. Malice link monsters that point to this card cannot be targeted by your opponent's card effect. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. During the main phase, quick effect, banish one other Malice card from your hand or graveyard. If you do, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is banished, you can pay 300 life points to target one of your banished Malices added to your hand. Okay, that's good, because that's not consistency. That's not a starter. Yeah, that's not a starter. Just an extender. But it is pretty good. There's some card from your hand. That's like a Malice internal Bystial. Do you know what I mean? It's like a Malice Bystial. Which is kind of scary. It's kind of scary, but there's two things I'm relieved about, at least. It's a good card, and I'm scared of it, but it's like, it's not a starter, and it also, here's another thing that I'm now realizing is very important, is that it doesn't summon itself from banished, because one of the other things that's really important about Malice is that they only, quote-unquote only, have 3 monsters that come back from banished each turn. And that is an important resource that Malice is dealing with. Like, for example, how, you know how that's why they play like Dotscaper, because you can banish it off of Red Ransom, and that gives you another body. If they just had infinite good Malice monsters that would all summon from banished, they would just never run out of stuff. Never run out of gas. It kind of does. I mean, yeah, it would definitely replace any Dotscaper that people play, right? Like you would just, instead of banishing Dotscaper to give it a summon, you would banish this and add it back to hand. Let's read the spell card. Malice in the Mirror. Quick play spell card. Target a face-up monster your opponent controls. Banish a Malice monster from your hand or field. If you do, negate its effects until the end of this turn. If this card's banished, you can target a Malice monster in your graveyard, banish it, and if you do, add a Malice card of the same type, monster spell trap, as that banished card from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of Malice in the Mirror once per turn. Okay, here's something. This card's banished. How can they easily banish this card? White Binder? Guys, you have to draw it in order for White Binder to banish it. I'm talking like, how do you access this card in your deck? Because this card is not good enough to be a 3-of that you just want to draw. Can the field spell? It's a 1-of that you can search of Rat Ransom, yeah. It's like, that's one thing that's really good about it, is because it's another Malice spell card, having another target for Red Ransom if you already opened the field spell is good. Now the question that I have, which hasn't been relevant so far, but can Dormouse banish any Malice card? Malice, Dormouse. Malice, Dormouse banishes a Malice monster. Malice in Underground banishes any Malice card. Okay, so Malice in Underground could, in theory, banish this card. Yeah. Oh, he's gone. Okay, already. Well. Not on the keyboard, dude. Cat cam. Charlie, what do you think of the new Malice cards? Okay, let's focus. Let's focus on these two cards here real quick. Once again, I am a little biased in this instance because I do not like the Malice deck. We've talked about this plenty in the past. I do not enjoy how this deck plays because I feel like it's one of those decks where if it combos, it wins the game. If it goes second, it kind of struggles, and if it's just kind of those kind of like make a board, your opponent can't break the board. I understand it's fun to play, and it's understand that that's my personal bias. But even as someone who doesn't like Malice, I do think these cards are fine. I don't think these cards are as broken because they're not exactly what Malice needs. Because what they do is they add more ceiling and more extension to this deck, which in my personal interpretation is not something that the Malice deck really needs. Are they an improvement? Yes, slightly, but not in the areas where the deck needs it the most. And I do think that is because they are aware that the deck is already very, very powerful and they don't need to make super broken support for it, which is kind of the same thing with Fiendsmith, where like the Fiendsmith support was just kind of okay. You know, like the initial wave of Fiendsmith was already so good that they haven't really printed any super broken Fiendsmith cards later. Like, yeah, they gave him like Agnum Day and Lacrima, but for the most part, like a lot of the Fiendsmith support wasn't very strong. Like Fiendsmith in Paradise and Agnum Day were actually cards that people, I mean, I myself included, expected to not be very good anyways, but then they turned out to be better. But this to me screams like, yeah, we're gonna give you more Malice cards, but we're not giving you the stuff that would make Malice absolutely broken and tier 0 or anything like that. We're just giving you solid stuff that you can play, but doesn't really catapult the deck into like unbeatable territory, which is fine. You know, that's why I'm okay with it. Like from my perspective, both of these cards are probably more like a one-of. They're not like crazy 3-of inclusions. I think March here is a better Dotscaper, essentially. Because it's a Malice name that can function as an extender if you draw it. Dotscaper is basically a brick. And if you have this in your deck, it's a good banish off of Dormouse, right? Like you're gonna, not Dormouse, banish off of Red Ransom. Instead of banishing a Dotscaper from your deck, you can just banish this. It's not an extra body though. It is an extra body. Because if this card's banished, pay 300 life points, target a banished Malice monster, add it to your hand. You're just gonna banish it, add itself back, and then special it. You can't, it's basically Dotscaper. It's just Dotscaper in 2 steps. Because you're going to banish it, add it back to your hand, and then use its effect to banish one from the grave and summon it out. It does work like Dotscaper, but it's a better draw than Dotscaper. So this card will improve the Malice decks. If every version that plays Dotscaper would rather play this card. But it's not a starter, and it's as if you draw it, it's just basically an extender that helps you play through hand traps. But would you play 3 of that? I don't know. The spell card is also, in my opinion, not good enough to be played in multiples. I think, once again, another card for Malice that just ends up making its end board stronger is not really necessary. I could see people playing a one-of as another spell that you can search off of the Red Ransom, because the only Malice spell so far is Malice in Underground. And if you open with Malice in Underground, you can't really search anything off value. You're going to search a second Malice in Underground most of the time. So I do think both of these cards are good enough to see play in Malice without making it infinitely stronger. So I'm okay with this type of support for a deck that was already this strong. Yeah. What's March's inspiration in Alice in Wonderland? I don't know that movie well enough. It's been a while to answer that question. Rabbit? But isn't White Rabbit the rabbit? March. Okay, well, hold up. We can find out. March here, Alice in Wonderland. Oh yeah, I do remember this guy. This guy. This little funky guy. Okay. All right, that's the Malice support for everybody. I mean, the thing is, from my perspective, I always knew Malice support was gonna happen. So I wasn't coping like, oh, surely they think Malice is already good enough, so we're not gonna give it any support. They were always gonna make more Malice cards. And in a universe where they're always making more Malice cards, I'm fine with these ones. Because thank God it's not more consistency, not more starters for that deck, because that's not what I want. As a Malice player, I'm happy with this. I mean, yeah, and you should be, because your deck's already very powerful, and these cards do make it slightly better, but not like crazy. The quick spell is good going first and second. How is it not very good? Because you already need a Malice monster. Why is this card good going first and second? This card does nothing if you don't have a Malice monster already. And going first, it's just it's an imperm. It dodges imperm. Bro, you have 3 different trap cards that can do that, and they are choosing to play them as one-ofs. People are choosing to play one TB11 and one of the other trap card that they have that. You have infinite more copies of those cards. People are not playing them because they're not good enough. Because they don't do anything on their own. You've got TB11 and the other GWC you can't activate if nothing is in the graveyard banished yet. I'm forgetting the name of the last one. But like, people are not playing these as multiples because they're not good enough to draw. The same is true for this card. MTP. Yeah, MTP is the one I mean. Yeah, those cards are much better to hard draw than this card on average. And people are still not playing multiples of them. How can the Malice quick play banish effect search for a spell or trap if it requires you to banish a monster? This is probably just a mistranslation. The way this card reads, it's probably, if this card's banished, target a Malice card in your graveyard, banish it if you do add a Malice card of the same type. It's just because it's a user translating them very quickly for people to have an initial look at them. This is most likely just target any Malice card to search the same type. Okay, I guess now, with those 2 being revealed, there is not much left for Alliance Insight other than, I mean, it'd be foolish not to expect 2 Ryziel cards, right? We've gotten 2 Ryogek cards, 2 Malice cards. There is, I would at this point predict there's going to be 2 Ryziel cards in that set, which honestly, this is once again me making a prediction, but I do think the Ryziel support cards could be pretty good because they have hit Ryziel relatively hard already, right? Like, Ryziel in the OCG at the moment, Ryzeal is much less represented than Malice. They've hit it pretty hard with X to 1. So there's a possibility that they're willing to give it a little bit of a stronger support. Might want to check the OCG tier list pre-Alliance Insight. We will. Yeah, there's going to be... I have that segment planned for tomorrow or Thursday. We're going to do that. For now, we are going to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's begin. That's the reason why the second Ashen Wave also wasn't that good. Yeah, because the first one was already so strong. Do you think pure Ryzeal is better after Supreme Darkness? Well, it's better than before. I don't know if it's better than Fiendsmith Ryzeal, but there are some arguments to play pure Ryzeal. I've been thinking about this in my testing for YCS Birmingham. I haven't really reached a conclusion yet, because in some ways it feels like Supreme Darkness changes very little. In some other ways, it feels like it changes a lot, and I'm not sure exactly where I'm at yet. Like, for example, I've been messing around with the Mitsurugi Ryzeal a little bit, and it just doesn't feel like it's a straight upgrade over other versions of the deck, but it also doesn't feel like a downgrade. It feels more like a lot of side grades happening, right? Like, if you cut the Fiendsmith engine from your Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck for more non-engine or more like Ryzeal engine, right? You have the advantage of having more non-engine, and you have the advantage of not having anti-synergy with some of your Ryzeal cards, but you obviously lose the advantage of having the Fiendsmith cards. But you also, by losing the Fiendsmith cards, you lose some weakness to the Bystials, and it's a whole lot of every single thing you do. There's a lot of really good engines in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, and depending on how you mix and match them, you gain some advantages, but you also lose some of the stuff that you cut. It's very, I mean, in one way it's very intuitive, in another way it's difficult to navigate because you're not entirely sure what the best deck is, but I think it's interesting. The Mitsurugi cards I found very interesting because they are a little bit better than what I initially thought, but that is only with Ryzeal. So that's a problem, I think, because I saw someone ask in chat, do you think the Mitsurugi is like one of the best TCG exclusive archetypes in a long time? And the answer to that is probably yes, because they are surprisingly playable. I'm gonna make a video on it probably as soon as I have my hands on the cards. I'm gonna do some explaining on them. I did actually go to a sneak on Saturday. I did pull one of the ritual monsters, but I don't have all the cards here to showcase them off yet. I only have the one ritual and some of the commons. But for a first wave, its playability is pretty high. The problem is that it depends a lot on... It's basically another version of Ryzeal. And at that point, the truth of the matter is Ryzeal Mitsurugi is definitely the best way to play Mitsurugi. But is it the best way to play Ryzeal? I'm not sure. How was your sneak peek? I went X1. I didn't pull much. I pulled the Mitsurugi ritual, and I also pulled another ultra rare, but I forgot which one it was. My fiance pulled this one, the Saint Azamina, which is cool, but it's not worth much. But in terms of sneak peek, I did not pull a single. I did not pull the Sun, which was probably the best card in the entire set for the sneak. If anyone here who went to a sneak peek probably relates. The Arcana Force, the Sun, which is just a 2900 beat stick that you can summon if there's a monster on the board that has a coin toss effect. That card was everywhere, and I didn't have it, and that was annoying. My sneak, my best card in my deck was I had the Dark Fusion super rare, that could summon the new evil hero fusion, and I could actually summon it. So that was decent. But that was the only thing I had really going for me. And I had like Hallow and Ween are actually really fun at Sneak. I had one Hallow and one Ween, so that was cool. All right. How does Sneak Peek work? You build cards from packs. It depends on the store you go to, because the store owner, as far as I know, the store owner can decide. But the way it works is you show up, you get 5 packs, and then you play a tournament. And either you play with the cards you pull, like you have to build a 20-card deck with the cards you pull, or they can also make it just be a normal tournament. Which I think the one where you build out of the cards you pull is more fun, so that's what I'm trying to go to. But I think they can, if everyone, like if the store owner wants to, they can make it just regular decks. All right, what we're doing today is we're trying to climb to Master, because we're still not there yet. I haven't been playing that much Master Duel this month. I've been kind of distracted with other things. Today we're doing something that was planned for last week Tuesday, but I was a little sick last Tuesday, so we didn't have a stream. I had my Patreons vote for a deck that they want me to try and make work on Master Duel, where we just have like a focus session. We start with a list, we play some games, we make some adjustments, we see if the deck can work in the current Master Duel meta, and the voting this time that the Patreons have decided was Dragons. I put up a couple of options, and the deck that won was Dragons. Now, the number of patrons was still relatively small, because I don't have as many patrons yet, because we just started doing it this month. If you want to go check out the Patreon, you can go !Patreon and support the channel that way and have some influence on some of my content. But for now, we're going to try to make Dragons work. And I have brought 2 proposals to today's stream that we can take a look at and that we're going to try to take to rank. Now, one here is a more traditional Dragon Link approach, which I've just put together a couple of days ago. I didn't even know that was a thing, the Arcana Force Contact Fusion. Anyways, so this is a more standard Dragon Link deck where it's 50 cards for consistency. All right, don't question it. But it's just trying to do Dragon Link things. My concern with this deck is that it tries to do a lot of, link spamming, hence the name Dragon Link. And that feels like something that could potentially be very weak to not only Maxi, but also Molcharmi Fuvalos now. So I'm not sure if that's the main way to play Dragon Link in Master Duel right now. Another version that would be much more like up my alley of playstyle is this one, which I think looks a little odd. I've already brought this deck to the Jesse collab match that we had. I think I've made some slight adjustments, but this is Bystial Control, right? Like we're trying to do some Seals Pass. We're also incorporating the new Dark End Evaporation Dragon. We've got hella Bystials. We're trying to regain control, Beast Control. Durandama, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. And the core idea here is that if we don't open with Regained or Beast, because we didn't have Lubellion access, what we can do going first, I mean, we're going to go Seals Pass, all right? We're going to go Seals Pass, and maybe, if we're lucky, we're going to go with Tidying as well, which means that after we go Seals Effect and maybe Tidying, we're going to have an open board, which means we can then use Molcharmi Fuvalos, even when we go first. That's the basic idea. But in general, this just tries to be a much more grindy version of the deck. And if we get hit with Maxi or Molcharmi Fuvalos, that's fine, because the entire game plan is Seals Pass anyways. So we're giving our opponent 1 draw, and then we just pass with all our Bystials and non-engine. And that's the deal with this deck. I had some success with Bystial Control using Albaz to summon off Seals. That's the thing. That is an option. This extra deck is not very tight. We could easily make room for some Albaz fusions. But that's the quote-unquote... That's what I want to do with this sort of segment, where I have people submit or decide an archetype that they want me to try is I want this to be a little bit of a journey, right? I want to go on ranked. I want to play this deck. I want to focus on the games. I want to see what we can improve. And I want to talk through different options or maybe even try out different options. So if at any point we feel like a very common problem that we run into is the fact that we don't have anything really good to summon off of seals, we could be trying Albaz. We could be trying a sneaky Grand Tusk Dragon or anything like that, right? So those are things that are definitely up for debate on today's stream, and I really want it to be more like a testing session, right? It's like we're having a little ranked testing session together. That's basically the idea of this entire segment. So let us go ahead and pick this one. I do want to start with this one because it's the more experimental one. If this just doesn't work, then we can still switch to Dragon Link at some point. We could also think about playing like Nocto Vision, right? Because that would be an easy seals plus a draw in certain hands without playing into Mole Charmy too much. What do we do against Tenpai? Probably lose. All right. We've got the Black Metal Dragon. And that's going to go ahead and make a striker. No Dragon Maid fusions. We can look into that. What's the requirement for the Dragon Maid fusion? Okay, we get drolled. Joke's on you. I wasn't really going to add anything. Well, I mean, I was going to add a second Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon off my Black Metal Dragon, but that's okay. Now I'm thinking, should we use this? Or should we use Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon? We can look into Dragon Maid fusion materials. We could look into that. So the question is, do we go Dark End Evaporation here? Would I rather save this in hand, or would I rather save Red Eyes in hand? I think I would rather save Red Eyes in hand. Even though this is also a pretty good board breaker. Special this. So basically what this is going to be is it's going to be Seals with Baylor, Ash, and a Bystial as backup, which isn't all too bad, you know? Make Seals. Seals plus Light and Darkness Dragon. Unfortunately, the Light and Darkness Dragon Lord leads a level 8 Light monster. So we can't make that very often unless we have Lubellion access. But Lubellion access would have been pretty dope here. And here, this is what I mean. If we had a Mole Charmy in hand, we didn't draw it now, but like if we had it, we could use it after we use Seals. Okay, Nightmare Pain is activated. They activate Nightmare Pain. This is hard once per turn. So this seems like a good bounce for Seals. It's also a decent Ash against this deck. The problem is if I start with Seals and they have Called by the Grave, I can't chain Ash anymore. So I'm trying to, I think I'm gonna Ash first. Because now if they're Called by, I can still chain the Seals. All right, we're contact fusing a Phantom of Yubel. Sure. Fine. That doesn't even out my Seals. This is not main phase only, so I'm gonna just be fine with that. And now I do think we're using Seals here because I'm gonna use Seals. They're gonna use Phantom. That's fine. I'm still gonna be able to get a dragon from the deck. Yep. Force them to use the Phantom. This is a good trade for me, I think, because I'm gonna get a dragon monster from my deck while they just get like a Yubel monster from their deck, which is good for me. So they would probably destroy OG Yubel here, right? Yeah, they're gonna summon OG destroy OG Yubel to summon Terror Incarnate. It wipes whatever I summon, but I'm summoning Magnamut because I want Lubellion. Because at that point I become unoutgrindable. That's all I care about. Okay, that's fine. Terror Incarnate gonna wipe the Magnamut. I'm gonna search my Lubellion, and then we're cooking. Has something. I mean, they could have Maxi or something, which would be annoying, but okay. Dark End Evaporation Dragon. Unfortunately, this is very sad. It starts a chain, and I would love for it to not start a chain, but it does. We could go for Serenir here, because with Serenir we could potentially set up Branded Beast and Regained at the same time. I think that's valuable. This destroys Terror Incarnate, which is cool. Let's start with that. Banish Chaos. Okay, no Maxi. So we're gonna use this to destroy the Terror Incarnate. Hopefully they don't have... Oh, they play. Of course they would play it. Well, that's annoying. No one plays that! Okay. Brewers can out that anyways? Yeah. I mean, we're fine here because we're not under Maxi. So we're going to tribute the Serenir here. We're going to use the Serenir to send Regained. We're going to use Lubellion to place, hopefully get to place Beast. Why in defense? I'm a little cautious here depending on what this and this is, that I don't want to be forced to crash my stuff into the Nightmare Pain. I don't feel like this is a position where I need to win this turn. I think this is a position where I can just try to play it slow. I don't need to try and end it this turn because I'm probably not going to be able to go for a game anyways. I'll do this and do this. And I'll get Branded Beast. Okay. The set might be super poly. The set probably is super poly. Because it's not... Imperm definitely has to go on this Lubellion. If they have Imperm, it definitely goes here. So it's not that. Which makes me not want to just special summon the Druid Swarm. I do want to use the Branded Beast here, I think. Unfortunately, and I'm just now realizing that this... You can't use both effects of this guy in the same turn. Otherwise, I could have made the Red Eyes Darkness Dragon Lord now, which would have been pretty cool. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Maybe I make Seals number 2 here. special Druids, priority use beast, try to destroy this. And if they super poly, then that's okay. Yeah. Makes heals. Banish this Yugioh monster. Tribute Seal. Try and destroy this. What's the Unchained Trap card? I'm so mad. Okay. Okay. That Nib? That number 5? Oh, it's Ash. Okay, fine. Alright, we're gonna make a second Striker Dragon. Oh, I'm locked into dragons, am I not? Oh, I'm locked into dragons. That's not good. Okay, I'm gonna. I thought I could make SP or Chaos Angel, but I guess we're Tribute Summoning Dark End of Aberration Dragon. Just so I can send this. Otherwise, I'm forced to attack it, which I don't want to be. I'd rather out. Seals 2? This would have been Seals 3. Alright, and this is where we're gonna go into the Bystial grind game. And still probably be fine in simplified game sets like this. Of course, they did draw a target for the Nightmare Pain, but that's okay. Okay. Branded, regained 4. Bystial Magnamut. Bystial Magnamut effect. They do have. I'll just do this. Nice. Okay, so we note sometimes 2 seals might not be enough in the very grindy games. And we also note maybe we want to add Dragon Mate fusions to this. Okay, this is a very Bystial heavy hand, which is not ideal. You'd not having a normal summon is one of the biggest weaknesses, I would say, for this deck going first. In this case, it's either Serenir if I want to set up Beast and Regained, or Magnamut directly. I might just let's go Magnamut directly. Put in the Bystial Aluber. I don't know if being synchro oriented like that makes a lot of sense. Okay, we're imperming Magnamut. That's fine. Sure. A Tomb Angle. Not enough light or darks in the graveyard right now. They gotta have two. There's no way you waste an Imperm on Magnemute like that. Yeah. That was obvious. Alright, so the question is, do we invest another Bystial to go... I don't think we do. I think we just pass like this. I think we pass like this. Here's the thing. In a grind game, this is still a good position if Bystials are good against their deck. If they suck, if it's just Tenpai, then... Okay, it's not Tenpai. It's Horus. Which is fine, because if this Ash on the Mseti goes through, they're going to be on one card in hand, which is definitely beatable. If they have a good discard for the Mseti, it's a little scarier. It's just a Lava Golem. Okay, fine. So we Ash the Mseti. This basically means they can bring back the Mseti, but that's okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, can't use a Bystial as a quick effect here because they don't have any monsters, so they will get this Mseti, but without King Sarcophagus, they can't even beat the Lubellion with it. They don't have the ability to just send at the start of the thing, which I don't know if they're aware of this, but that is a effect of King Sarcophagus and not of the... yeah. Nice, okay. Little smooch on the Lubellion, and now get outgrinded. I can absolutely live with this. That I don't even care. I'm just going to place... Honestly, this might be a spot where I just place Branded Beast. No, there's no way. It's got to be Regained, right? We're in no danger. We just place Regained and just win from here. We don't have to do anything. You get 0 cards. So the biggest danger here is just being floodgated by something like there can be only one, I think. So if we can just... Oh, what does this do? Okay, that's annoying. Send 1 card on the field to the graveyard. Okay, that's going to cost me my Regained. And oh. Sure. I will just take this. In the end phase, let's go ahead and banish Magna, put it back into the deck. These are very bad in this matchup. So this does nothing in the graveyard. Halt by the grave. Sure, I'll dodge that. Josh so lucky today. Our deck is built to beat these sort of decks. Do you understand this? They had Imperm, Lava Golem, and Max C. This is the stuff that's why we're playing this sort of deck. With the cooking that's happening right now. The cooking that's happening right now. Oh my. That's right. That's right. Get out of my game, stun player. Didn't know Atum couldn't attack. That's not why they left. They left because this game was over. There was no need to win this turn. There was no need to win this turn because this game was over. We would have popped the King Sarcophagus this turn still. Pass on Regained, Beast, Tidying, Magnamute Search in end phase. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Not actually that wonderful this end. It's actually kind of eh. That's the problem with Lubellion if you don't have a normal summon. There's no way to put a Dark in the graveyard. We do play 6 normal summons, which I'm a little hesitant to go higher than. But, yeah. Let's play around Ghost Ogre here, potentially. What is wrong with people imperming Magnamute all the time? I mean, fine. Sure. Badge. I think we probably just call it a day. And with Tidying, we can return Magna, so we have Magna Baldrake Veiler Tidying bounce. Okay, so the good news is the Bystials are on the menu for this matchup. The Bystials are on the menu. Let's go ahead and use Tidying on this. Now, the thing about Voiceless Voice is that it does have ways to play around Bystials. It definitely does have ways to play around Bystials, but we'll see. Okay, still gonna activate it, of course. Can't search with it anymore, but fine. Low! Low gets Veilered here. Pretty sweet Veiler. That is not very sweet, though. That's actually pretty broken. Probably a one-off draw. Okay. Now they will not tribute low. I mean, first they have to be able to ritual summon, which at the moment they might not have a way to. And they also need to have tribute fodder in hand, allowing them to be able to not tribute low. Shuffle a light ritual monster or ritual spell in the deck if you do. Okay, so I'm just gonna... From the graveyard or hand, right? Okay, so I'll just Bystial the Saravis. So they need another one in hand, otherwise they get hooked. Do they have one in hand? Obviously they do, but now the Skull Guardian is gone. We're activating Magna. And it's probably good for me to leave the Saravis banished, because that's usually a one of. Can this even add it back? Voiceless voice cards. No, this can't. I'll leave it banished. All right, get rid of that Saphira in the graveyard to stop them from being able to ritual summon. And on this one, I will get my regain draw. I don't think it matters if this is at the bottom or in the banish pile. Oh. All right, Link Karibo. Do I even care? No. Good. That one pass, that's what I'm talking about. All right. So here we have a bunch of potential searches. Now these can make Magnum a tomb. Dragon Maid Chamber is a pretty good one, but I think it's just another Lubellion because I want Branded Beast to deal with all of these cards. Oh, that's phenomenal. That's broken. Activate Lubellion. Sure. Shuffle ritual spell to special low, probably. Oh. You don't have a target for this, sir. Unless you played 2 copies of Saravis, which I don't think you do. I'm calling a bluff. It can summon Skull Guardian. I mean, it can, but I don't care about that, right? Because they're not going to have low. Okay, so we know both cards in hand, right? One of them is Saravis, one of them is I think a Skull Guardian. These are all negated. They do play 2 Saravis. Okay, unfortunately, this was in the Imperm column. We do have talents now to potentially take at the end of this. So we'll go Tomb. You can summon this. Summon this. Can we fuse into anything cute? 2 dark dragons here. Chamber. It's probably chamber. I do need chamber access. We're gonna send to the graveyard a Druid's Worm. And I'm gonna add tidying. I'm gonna special summon this by banishing a tomb. Activate this. Special summon Magna. I think I could maybe try to go for game this turn, but I don't feel like I have to once again. I think what I'm gonna do is just go ahead and attack. I should have been Magnum, but it's fine. No. We missed 300 damage there, but it's fine. So we'll go ahead and go. I'm thinking Chaos Angel and then SP to get rid of both of those cards. And then Talents Look at Hand. Is what I feel like. Take away their life savings, yeah. You dare grind with me? These both kind of suck, but I guess Skull Guardian can go. And then we'll go ahead and... Actually, we can leave the Chaos Angel around if I wanted to. Because we can go Tidying Effect. Go through Dark Charmer. And make SP with that. What a goated playstyle, dude. I love this deck already. We have... Let's grab Baldrake. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Goodbye. This is like Paleo, but in dragons. It is very fun, right? It's a very fun deck to climb with. I do enjoy it a lot. Let's take a quick look at the Dragon-made fusion monsters, just to see if it might be worth to add one of those. So, Dragon-made monster plus level 5 or higher. So, that would be pretty good if we ever do have Evaporation plus Chamber access. And then we do need House Dragonmite for it, right? Because it has to tag out. Yeah. Which would mean we're playing 1 Striker Dragon And we have to cut IP Masquerena, maybe? Or Dark. Typhon? There's no way we cut Typhon in such a grindy deck. Typhon can definitely come up. I think it's IP or Dark. We unfortunately can't cut one of the Chaos, I think, because you do need to banish a level 8 dragon for this whenever you summon it. So you do need some amount, like, usually you banish Chaos to summon it, but then you might want to fuse into one, because it's actually a pretty good fusion monster. I'll cut the IP for now, and if we miss it, we might go back. We might go back and add the IP back if we feel like it's needed. Another thing that I'm wondering about is if we maybe need more normal summons. The reason why in this deck I think it would be okay to play a couple more normal summons is because this guy being a normal summon but doesn't actually conflict with many other normal summons. For example, if you draw black metal plus chamber, what you do is you normal summon black metal, you make Striker Dragon, you special Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, and you just special summon the chamber from your hand, because this can also summon from hand. But for now, let's leave it at 6 normal summons. But we do have some flex spots, like the Talents or something like that. Doesn't need to be there. Maybe add Safer to search Lubellion. But you're going to have to send a level 8 to search Lubellion, which we don't have many that we would want to send. Alright, this is what I'm talking about. These are the hands I'm talking about. This is greatness. Alright, and apparently this deck just has Imperm in your opponent's hand every time. Okay. Even if they're playing 52 cards. But the cool thing is, you don't really care about this too much. Alright, we're gonna make a Striker Dragon, because we don't want to banish the Lubellion. And you play Chaos Space. We can play Chaos Space to search Lubellion. However, I would be careful with those kind of cards that require discards, because this is not... I'm not trying to be too combo reliant, because if I don't have a good Dark to discard and so on and so forth, I just won't have any value for those cards. So I'm not too sure if I want to depend on those. Alright, this is Exodia, basically. We have Regained Beast and Seals. And only non-engine in hand. Literally Exodia. Don't let anyone tell you this isn't Exodia. This is Exodia. That is annoying. Probably gonna end up Veiloring that. That probably means it's Tearlaments, which is a good news, actually. It could also be some Vanadium Brew or something like that, but for now, I'm not gonna go in with the Regained yet. They're gonna summon more, it's fine. You can do it later. Don't want to turn on the Talents too early. I'm gonna Valor the Fenrir. Because I don't want to deal with its banish either. Chain Droplet. Okay. I don't really care about that too much, to be honest with you. That's fine. Alright, search unicorn. I could go regain, bring back Magna, and then pop the unicorn with Beast. I'll probably do that. Do it this way so they don't get to look at my extra deck. Sure, keep him coming. This is the worst one. That's fucked up. $52 card Kashtira, by the way. Sure. Nah. Sure. This is a game where the seal's target could actually matter. Like if we don't have a good target for seals to bounce. I'm thinking about just summoning my Bystials here. Because I would really like to. Yeah, let's summon Bystials. So I'm gonna go ahead and banish and recycle my Striker Dragon. If I regain to draw, they can try to banish 3. I'll still draw with it. All right, another Veiler, wonderful. We're gonna banish this Magnamute face up, because that way we can potentially get it back. Maybe, I don't know if we have a way to get back a banished Magnamute. We don't have Pisty, but we don't really need to. And we'll lose 1 Lubellion face down. That's whatever. You can have a Kashtira trap card. Oh. We're really gonna need that top deck? I disagree. I think we've won. We get a Magnamoot Search. And that's all we need. That is quite literally all it takes for us right now. Yeah, so it's gonna be Lupelion. Ooh, Dark End Evaporation Dragon. That's pretty cool. Prep is from hand or banished, so like it doesn't summon from grave. It just summons a ogre. So they summoned. I'm gonna get a Druid Swarm anyways here. None of this matters. Like, yes, they get a regained, they get a birth banish now, but like, nothing here. Nothing here really matters. We just cook. Hello there, little guy. All right, let's fusion summon. And I'm making chaos with you and you. Which is now gonna do a whole lot for me because target 2, this, and this, please. Search. Perfect. Send this, please. Bop. Bop. Bop, bop, bop. This deck is... I know, I told you it's fun. I told you it's a cool deck. Guy 2. Out of my game. Get out of my game. Okay. I mean, going pretty well. We have been winning some coin flips though, but still. is regained the runic fountain of dragons. If you mean by that regained is a very cool card, then yes. Yes. Ah! See, this is what we do when we go second. No, 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 Ritual Beast player, no! No, Ritual Beast player, don't do it. Aha. There's no way. There's no way you opened Elder Canahawk called by Ash Blossom. Oh my god, I'm in hell. No, I'm not watching this. I'm not watching this. I'm not watching this movie. That's crazy. How are you rewarded for playing Ritual Beast like that? That's not okay. Nah. Bro. Ooh, this hand sucks. That's all our engine. That's 4 engine requirements. We play like 5. But I guess that does happen. It still has some disruptions if they play light or dark monsters. If they do put a light or dark into the graveyard, okay, it's White Forest. Against this deck, it should do something at least. That is not the worst. It's actually, this should be a good matchup for us. With this hand, it might be a little bit of an uphill battle, but it's at least doable. We'll see. The problem is, depending on how they do it and what their hand is, they might be able to dodge my Bystial, which is annoying. At least no toy box cards so far. That's good. Woes is a good send for it, but can live with that. Russia, Woes is gonna set. Fine. Is Etude of the Branded playable in this deck? I'd have to read it. Okay, they do play Runic White Forest based. Not so based that we're just hard drawing Fountain. It's not fun when it happens to me, you know? Ooh, this is gonna probably make my regain draw live. Yeah, it does. Okay. Why did they not summon? I'll take my regain draw. Okay, not a disruption, but alright. I mean, we're not dying because they don't have a battle phase, so the fact that we are in a grindy situation here in this matchup is actually not all too bad for us. Well, put a monster in the graveyard. What are you doing? Then Fountain? Okay. I mean, you can add it back. Potentially. Sure. Okay, this is not how you're supposed to... Sure. I guess you could just heart make Baron before putting any lights or darks in the graveyard. But yeah, it's not what they're doing. Tri-Edge Master. That is interesting. Because now I can banish the Sylvie, because there's no White Forest synchros. Okay, I do think we have to prevent Baron here. I do think I have to prevent Baron, which I'll probably do with the tidying, because I would like to have the Baldrake back in hand. Yeah, go tidying. And it's gonna have to be the Tri-Edge Master. Oh, I can chain? I could have chained and also popped. Early Beast, then regain to summon back, then tidying. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, you're right. Okay, good thing we played 2 regained. They have a, let's call it an interesting way to play this deck. Because I feel like I should have been way more behind than I am. So let us go ahead and summon Dark End Evaporation Dragon by banishing Chaos. Gain max E, okay. On the Russia. Oh, that just worked. Okay. That is not how I thought this was gonna go. Runic the Spelling. Special Runic is fine. Wait, they didn't activate Fountain. That is so greedy and so lucky with the maxi draw. That is not fine. That is so greedy, dude. Holy shit. Okay, that feels a bit extreme. Two tails? Okay, your pendulum scales are occupied randomly. That's very funny. Another Astellar, dude. Okay. So now I can't attack or activate effects because I have no spell traps. That's kind of messed up. What's wrong, Josh? I thought you love runic gaming, and I thought you were trying to be funny, but you're not successful. I'm losing to the floodgate. Well, that's alright. I never expected you to understand anyways. So strong, dude. Holy shit. The problem is I don't play many spell traps to begin with. I have like one more regained. I have a talents, a regained, and a second tidying. That's it. I don't play more. Yeah, okay. Nice floodgate. This deck doesn't have imperms. It's at 1, by the way. I mean, it doesn't really matter because they searched it, right? Like, it's not really an argument in this case. I'm not sure yet how I feel about this guy in this deck. It doesn't feel like it adds much to my strategy. Okay, dude. What's up with all the cringe lords? Aren't Valence a go second OTK deck? Oh, sweet summer child. No, Valence is the stupid ass going first FTK cringe deck. That's what it is. The hell is happening here? They play multiples of it? These decks have literally reached peak bullshit, man. Words cannot describe how good I feel right now about beating that. But I still want to say that that was one of the least fun decks you could ever play against in this game, dude. Literally. All right, quick toilet break. I'll be right back. All right. We are so back. And I've even grabbed myself some quick lunch. Peck him deck? What? The Valence? There you go. It's a lot of cringe there. A lot of cringe. Secret Village of cringe. Fossil Dyna patchy cringe. All there. Droll plus Durandal cringe. Everything, dude. Bro went to the deck editor, put the word cringe in, and that's what came up. The auto build function built it for him after that. I can't help but notice that this guy is not doing too much for us. I think it's a pretty good card, but it's not a play on its own going first. And going second doesn't really do that much. Maybe we could have either just less copies of it or remove it altogether. I'm trying to think what I'm missing. Like, I would like another normal summon, but I'm not sure exactly what I'm trying to. I would like a normal summon that can put a light or dark in the graveyard. It's cool with Regained though. I mean, the entire deck's cool with Regained. Saferd. We could play Saferd. I kind of like this guy. This guy's pretty cool. Because it says banish this card from your grave, target a level 5 or higher dragon in your grave, add it to your hand, which is it can recycle Bystials. I think that's pretty good. What does Etude say again? During either player's turn, you can immediately synchro summon a synchro, including a dragon. While you control a Bystial monster, banish any monster that would be sent to your opponent's graveyard as tribute for ritual summons, as well as material for fusion, synchro, or link. Nah. My problem with Saferd. My genuine problem with Saferd is that I don't think drawing Saferd is that good, because in order to search Lubellion, I have to send a level 8 dragon. Like, Saferd is only good with Serenir. That's basically it. Chaos Space is good for recycling, but in the early stages we don't. What do you want me to discard? Like, I don't want to discard my normal summon or my Bystial monster for Chaos Space. Armageddon Knight angle. You know, it's actually not the worst idea, because you can go Armageddon Knight, send Serenir, send Lubellion. Then you have a banish for a Bystial, plus you can bring back the Lubellion. Like, I don't hate that idea. Quem and Cartesia. That doesn't make sense here in this version of the deck. You don't have enough non-tuners to. I don't want this to turn into a synchro deck, to be honest. I don't want this to turn into a synchro deck. I like its playstyle. I want to focus on that. I do think another card that would be pretty good is Nibiru. Not necessarily as a 3-of. We could just play like 2 copies of Nibiru and replace, like, I don't think we need 2 of this guy, and maybe like we play 2 in this. Maybe let's try it like this. I do think some more defensive cards to slow down the game are good. And we'll consider our options. Like, I am down to replace the Dark End Evaporation Dragon with another good starter, because this isn't a starter, really. It would also free up a lot of extra deck space, which is simultaneously good, but also kind of boring, because I do think whenever you do get to fuse with this card, it's very fun. Do you really need 2 regained? I absolutely need 2 regained. Yes. Ooh, like the sand. I never understood 2 copies of high impact hand traps like Nib or Droll. It's Droll, I would agree that should usually be a 3 of if you think it's good in a format. Nibiru specifically in this current Master Duel environment, I think is fine to play as a 1 or 2 of. Not because you want to see it sometimes, but just because Maxi and Fuvalos are in the format, so like you can draw into it later on and it's pretty high impact then. I do think that's good enough of a reason to play like 1 or 2 copies, just so it's there when your opponent decides to push into those cards. That's pretty good. Here's to hoping that their deck is weak to Bystials, because if it is, then we're gonna have a good time. Probably a good time. Now, this is not like auto win with Bystials. Like, this deck still can do some very good stuff. But I'm gonna go ahead and activate Seals here. That's very well played. If they go called by first, I can chain a Bystial on my deal. But they can still called by it, I guess. Well, it's well played though. That's pretty good for them. They go, yeah, if they just go called by, I can chain a Bystial onto the Seals. But because they make sure their board is empty. No, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I respect that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do both of these things. The good thing is they are locked into fusion though. So like the craziest stuff we can probably prevent. They aren't? Oh! Oh yeah, I mistook it for... I thought they summoned Baphomet. I didn't look properly. Alright, well. Not locked. I'm very scared of Guardian Chimera. I think I'm gonna Branded Beast. the one on the field, because it also has a good effect when it's fused with to search an illusion. Main Chimera. Okay. Sure. Interesting. Now they're still going to be forced to resolve the poly. Which I'm hoping puts them in a weird position. Did not consider that one, huh? Apparently did not consider that. I was about to say, if I wasn't chewing, what I was going to say is I hope I get rolled because I'm not playing anyways. For the free +1. But unfortunately, it happened before I said it, so it doesn't count. Hoppa! Hoppa! Yeah. I'm not chaining Maxi because I'm not interested in making their Ash live before the Qualt buy is resolved. So now I'm gonna Maxi. They'll probably add back the Poplar to hand now, and they might just not do anything anymore. That's probably okay with me. Oh, no. Never mind. They think they can push into this. That is a questionable. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna die here, though. Oh, we'll see. Can Zelantis OTK through Druisworm? It's hard, but I mean, it's not just Druisworm. It's way more than that. From their perspective at the moment, they only know Magnamut, so they could try to go for it because you can kill through Magnamut. That's possible. What the hell? What does this mean? I'd feel a lot safer if I picked up one of those Nibirus I put in earlier, or maybe like a Baldrake at least. All right, that's enough branded cards. Eh? Yeah. Take out no, not probably. Dude, stop drawing engine requirements. Savage. I don't need to Veiler the Savage now. I could just Veiler later when they try to use it. That's fine. I do think having them locked into darks is a good thing for me. So I think I'm going to allow this. Because that way the Promethean can't come back from the grave anymore if I decide to Bystial later. Fuva where? Yes, right. I haven't drawn a single Fuva yet. Funny. My deck has 2 Nibirus as well. That was close. Was it? Was it close? Will you make a VOD out of this session? Every single one of my streams is a VOD available on Twitch and YouTube. So you can either watch them directly here on the channel page, or you can go !YouTube and subscribe to the VOD channel if you care about that. Yeah. But it's also, I think we're gonna have like, whenever we have these sessions where I plan on making this happen more often in the future, where I just take suggestions for what kind of deck to play, and do like a ladder session, which whatever my either Patreons or Twitch subscribers or YouTube members, whatever, I'll have a poll running for people to decide, and then I'll probably turn that into a YouTube video as well with like a highlight supercut or something like that. All right, we get Maxi Ashed, so we're probably not going to make seals here for one extra draw. I think it's fine. Just go with Tidying Pass. Did you react to the new Law YGO video yet? No. We're probably going to do that this week, but not today, because I did really want to have this dragon session, because it was something I promised you guys last week already. And then I was sick for a day, so we're doing it today. And then the recap we can do whenever. Okay, it's a tier limit deck, so we do have a decent shot here with a Bystial deck. However, my hand was pretty bad. This was a very, very awful hand. I'm lucky they ashed Chamber Dragon Maid to begin with, so. Okay, so they're sending Happy first, which is the decision. King Sark, discard Udora. Fine, I guess. If I use Tidying here, they're just gonna draw a card, so I won't. I'll just let him have it. It's okay, I have another one. These are very annoying because they make it very hard for me to interact with the other things they do. But not if they do this. Okay, I get a Lubellion, which is decent potentially. They get the Strudo, Salik, and Tearlam's Reinhardt though, so that's pretty damn custom. So I think we get owned here even through the Bystials. They can Mudora it? They can, but it's like in these sort of instances where it's your opponent's zombie vampire. My opponent's zombie vampire forcing them to use their own, what's it called? Their own thingy is good for me, right? Because they've just basically outed their own shuffler in a way. But I do lose here because their mill 4 is crazy. They milled Rhinoheart, Salik, Destrudo, and Fenrir. So like that's not something I can control really. I don't think it's, I mean, I could have summoned the Bystial by banishing my own monster and then try to bounce the zombie vampire with the Tidying. But not realistically something I'm ever gonna do. I didn't even shuffle my Lubellion. Are you planning on doing another race to Master 1 with Pack, MBT, and Nim? Not planning currently. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But it is not planned at the moment. We're kind of cooked. I mean, it is main phase 2, so we're gonna live. We'll just see where this goes. It's definitely not helping that they milled the most custom shit that they could, because I wouldn't even care if they milled Havness here, but they just milled Heartbeat to get a trap back, which is pretty bad for me. It's not even, nothing of this is ever going to be as bad if it's not Fenrir off of Zombie Vampire. That's by far the worst thing that could have happened. Another Shuffler in hand. Like, the current version of Tier, I feel like, has lost a lot of appeal for me. It doesn't feel that fun. I mean, it's fun to play, but it just feels like whenever you lose to it, it's just a whole bunch of, like, a big bag of variants and that's it. Which is probably the fun part about playing it, but playing against it is kind of miserable. Okay, so this is Meta Noise. So they're gonna go meta noise here. Can't do anything about. Another tier card in hand. That's so fucked up, man. Worm. At this point, I'm not even losing to the tier part. I'm just losing to all the other stuff. Because, I mean, I have Bystials for the tier limit portion. But they just have too much card advantage because their mills was so freaking insane. Doesn't even matter. Like, they can just save their SP and Fenrir for next turn and have all the... Okay, or just, like, not do that. If I attack the SP and just pass, I am guaranteed dead next turn. The only other play I have is Bystial Crash Serenir, send Lubellion, Tribute Baldrakes, get regained. But then I also just no, it's not winnable. That is not winnable. Okay. Okay, in this case, 2 draws for seals, probably not worth it. We'll just do this. Pass. I do quite like card drawing tidying. Of course, going second, it sucks. But like, it's a pretty decent card to have. So like, you can do neat stuff with your Bystials and stuff like that. Okay, that's obviously cringe. That matchup is terrible for us because Bystials don't do anything against it. And if they have, you know. Alright, let's try and dodge. I don't know why you chain there even, but... Sure, just draw Maxi, Fuva, Magnamut, Hydra. That's reasonable. They need to kill Tenpai Man. They really need to kill it. They just can't leave. They can't leave anything behind. Like, we need to delete the trace of this deck's existence in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. All right, good thing we're going second. Fine. Me every time I lose to a deck that I don't play myself? Not true, actually. Because I've lost a couple of games today, but not many of them have made me feel that way. There is a difference, believe it or not. Bro, it can't be that hard. I will allow it, I think. I don't think... I mean, ashing this is also pretty good. But it lets them play into Nib a little bit. And, I think I'll Fuba. It's very unfortunate for them in particular right now because their deck shouldn't be weak into these cards. It really shouldn't. It's just because their only starter is Diviner right now that it's weak. Normally, this deck can give 0 draws to Fuva and like 1 or 2 to Maxi max. It's specifically the Diviner opening that's weak to Maxi or Fuva, and I have both, and they have the Diviner opening. It's like very, very unfortunate. Yeah. The good thing for them is that this is actually a really good play right now. This is actually very annoying. I hope they tribute the low. If they don't tribute the low, instead just tribute the Trias, it's actually really scary. Because it looks like they have Skull Guardian hard draw. Tribute low, be greedy, come on. It'd be so greedy to tribute low here. Against the dragon deck too. It's so greedy. Unless you have one in hand, that'd be fine. The thing is... Oh, they have one in hand. Oh, their hand's crazy. Their hand's crazy like that. Okay. Okay, they're doing it this way around, which is good for me because it lets me ash the Skull Guardian, which is nice to get some value out of. I wish I had 2 Bystials now. Because I do think they will negate this. It's a really good negate. Okay, now I can't ash that anymore. Kind of doomed. It's kind of doomed. Well, at least they let me Bystial it, though. But that's not really... It's not very good news. It's not very good news at all. Brr. Banish trios. Oh, right. It's banished when it leaves the field. It would have been gone. Yeah, that was definitely something I should have done. I missed that. So I think I should summon this. Two. I was just gonna pop this. I guess you're right. I could fuse. But I think popping is a little safer. I just wish I had more Bystials. I have a lot of cards that aren't great in this matchup. Also, the Trias, I should have banished the Trias. That was my bad. I missed that. Yeah, Shu is just smaller than the Skull Guardian, and that's why it's not great here, probably. Oh. The good thing is that having this card banished in the long run is very good. The problem is, will we get to the long run? Because this actually being here is a big problem right now. I should have banished this. It would have been so good. You have Nib, you're okay. Nib is not very good against this deck, unfortunately. Probably G. Yeah, I'm losing because I left this alive. That's literally the only thing that's losing me the game right now. It's so frustrating because SP would still be here. This wouldn't be a free tribute fodder. I can't complain about this game at all. I'm just losing because I misplayed. I mean, I could still lose even if I didn't misplay, but the misplay makes it so much easier for them right now. They won't have any more extenders trust. They don't need any extenders. The Saphira adds them Skull Guardian, and then they just tribute the Trias on the board. I gave them the ritual fodder. Wait, second Saravis? No, it's the first Saravis. Where'd the first one go? Didn't they have a Saravis? Oh, they have this anyways. Okay. Gave them the tribute fodder. Did he only play one Skull Guardian? There's no way, right? Deck is expensive, it's understandable. One Skull Guardian, though? One Skull Guardian. That feels like the worst possible cut to make. I think I would rather play too low than just one Skull Guardian, because that means you can't even float into another Skull Guardian with like the ritual spell if they try to out it. Search another ritual spell. Okay. Okay, recycle the Skull Guardian now. Okay. Summon Old Man. What do I know about their hand? I just know the ritual spell now, right? And that's okay. So this can now summon the Skull Guardian that they shuffled back, right? And so we still have the same problems. Plus they've got Effect Veiler. Yeah, I think after all this, we still lose. We still lose. Yeah, can't complain about that. Can't complain about that. We misplayed that. The reason why it was a misplay, just in case anyone doesn't get it. Hold up. I'll look up their deck to see if they actually only played one Skull Guardian. No, it's two Skull Guardians. They just played it terrible. The reason why I could have gotten rid of this for basically free is because this card says special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. So what would have happened in that moment where they used the Saravis to stop my Druid Worm from sending their monster, I could have chained SP on itself and this one. And what happens if this card gets banished by SP Little Knight is it doesn't return. Because it's not treated as SP has successfully banished it, so it will also return in the end phase. It's treated as SP makes it leaves the field, so it banishes itself, so it doesn't come back. So if I chain the SP there, this just stays banished, but my SP comes back, so they don't have anything to run over my SP, and they also don't have the tribute fodder that they needed later on in the turn. So it's like, it's a small thing that turns everything upside down in that game. I'm getting lucky because there are sometimes you draw hands with this deck where going first you just can't do anything. And I am lucky in the sense that I'm drawing these mostly when I'm actually going second, which is cool. This is not cool, however. Oh, that's fine. Well, here goes, sir. I need more time to think about my options. Nightmare Pain. Likely their top deck, right? Because they would have used that turn one. So, okay. We let that happen. Oh. That's what I was hoping. I was hoping they would have to pop that. So do I attempt to Ash this, or do I attempt to get my Fuva draws in? I think I Ash. And if they have called by, I can still Fuva. Or like, I'm just trying to keep them completely off of engine right now. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. That's fine. Hello there, little guy. Aware Spirit in hand. I don't even know if I'm going to attack this turn, depending on how this goes. We'll see. Ash the Black Metal Dragon. That's fine. I think right now we can afford to just Talents draw, because we know the card in their hand isn't engine, so I don't think shuffling it. I'd rather go for the card advantage right now. Spirit. I don't even think it's Spirit. It can't actually be Spirit of Yubel, right? There's no way they go Nightmare Pain, destroy Phantom of Yubel if the card in their hand is Spirit of Yubel. They can't possibly be this bad. Game? I mean, in theory, yes. In theory, it's game. But I mean, if it actually is, if they're actually terrible and it is Spirit of Yubel, I do die if I summon 2 Bystials and go into the battle phase. So I'm not gonna risk that, because this game is unlosable otherwise. So I'm not gonna risk, you know, even if I don't think it can ever be that, I'm not gonna risk that happening. It's good content. It's not good content because I'm just losing the game for no reason. I'll just get rid of the Nightmare Pain, summon my Magnamood, get my regain draw, have a good time. I already have my regain draw. Well, look at his setup, dude. I don't need to do anything. I'm good here. Snatch. Steal. Okay. uh... Well, I told you it wasn't Spirit. Obviously, it wasn't Spirit. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's the kind of hand I don't want going first. But they do happen. Maybe we'll get drolled again. That'd be cool. Droll me. Droll me! Droll me, I want it! Damn it. If it's actually Labyrinth, yeah, this is like the worst possible hand to draw against Labyrinth going first. Like double Charmy Nib, which is always gonna be dead. This is like the worst matchup to ever draw these cards in. I mean, the Charmies are fine here because they go Lady, and I can actually chain block it with it. So I will get draws from it. It's okay. The Fuvalos here, the Nib is probably just dead forever. But it's alright. It's alright. It's still winnable because the matchup is kind of slow enough for us to potentially recover from this. We'll see. Their hand's kind of insane, though. Honestly, they could summon from graveyard here. It wouldn't even be that crazy to stop me from getting 2 cards. It would not be outrageous for them to summon from grave. Nope. Okay. So in this instance, the Fuvas are actually fine in the long run because they're basically both upstart goblin, but they do chain block the lady. Oh, come on, every time. That's the craziest card to set there. That is by far the craziest card you can set in that instance. Come on, take my normal summon. Take my only play. I know you want it. That's the second best card in my hand. Sure. Yeah, I don't think we can win now. With the Magnamood, we actually... I think we might have it with the Magnamood. Now we just can't. genuine question, who wins, Yubel or Mikanko? No one, they're both miserable. No one wins when these two face off. It's all just losing. Oh, my old friend. What a great time to only have one Bystial. So here's the thing. I'm aware that you can hold the Bystial for the super factorial for your own turn. That being said, my hand is kind of super ass here. And instead I'm going to Bystial now. Hope they don't have extenders. And if they do have extenders, I'm simply going to draw one of my other 6 Bystials for turn. 7 Bystials, actually. Pause, champ. They're running intense calculations right now. I think out of all of the things that could have happened, this is one of the less bad ones. All right, guys, it's time for a math equation. What does 1 equals 1? 1 plus 1 equal? What does 1 plus 1 equal? Ooh, part of Malice combo. See, look at that. Bro's playing Malice. The quote-unquote good news here is that I think this does mean we don't have to play against super factorial. I think this means it's just terahertz pass. Maybe... Can you even go... You can't go Decode Talk or Heat Soul here, right? Because if you do, you can't make terahertz. Unless you have a normal summon, which I guess you probably do have. No, it's just terahertz right away. Okay. So technically, if they hard drew super factorial, they could send 2 math mechs, like one here and one next turn. They just go D-save worm. Okay, set 1, set 2, fine. Alright, cool. Guess I can live with that. See, I drew it. I told you I was gonna draw a Bystial for the thing, if that was gonna happen. I'm a little scared of Max C right now. I feel like that's my lose condition. I already have tidying though. So why don't we just go ahead? This is not protected in any way, shape, or form, right? It's just like one more. Okay, let's just go ahead and normal summon. Okay, that worked. Cool. Let's go Striker Dragon. They have Ash. That's fine. So these set cards probably cards like Called by the Grave then, or Imperms. So let me read the fusion real quick. Am I trying to make Dragon Maid monster and a level 5 or higher dragon monster? So this is just a one. These two together can just make Shu, which is an Omni, which we could try to go for right now. Banish Chaos Dragon. Go for Dark End. Ooh! It might actually not hit the board. Because they might... They might have... They might just imperm the Dark End. Hello! Try to fusion summon. I'm not even sure if Shu is the best one here. Chaos is also pretty good. And Furious is also pretty good. Yeah, they imperm that. They're scared little Math McAndy. Yeah, little Math McAndy is what they are. Alright, cool. I think I'm gonna summon Druisworm and make seals. I'll banish the circular. Actually, that's kind of risky. Banishing circular is good to play around top deck diameter or something like that. But if they do have a Called by the Grave here, and they stop me from sending the terahertz, the D-Safe Worm still being here, checking my tidying could be a problem. I'll just banish the D-Safe. I could also make a Tomb here, but I do think this is more likely to be an imperm than a Called by the Grave, based on the fact that they decided to ash my baby metal instead of Called. I think Called by the Grave is pretty good on this. It's better than ash, so it's probably an imperm. I can't make SP because I summoned Dark End this turn, which is kind of sad about this card. That it doesn't let you summon anything other than dragons for the rest of the turn, but you know, that's why I got rid of the D-Safe Worm, because you never know with the Mathmech players. You can apply as much common sense as you possibly can, they will still make other plays. It'll be like, there's no way that side is Called by the Grave. Anyone with a brain would have used Called by the Grave instead of Ash on the dragon. Well, guess what? You're playing against Mathmech, so none of that counts. The good thing is we baited the Called by, and they have just terahertz, which are probably okay. Probably okay. Why don't you use Phantasme? I'm assuming you mean Phantasme when you say Phantasm Dragon. I mean, you could. It would be a good card in this deck if people are consistently link summoning against you. I'm not sure if that's the case in Master Duel right now. I feel like there's a lot of decks that don't. So that's why I'm not playing it in best of one. But it's a good card in theory in these sort of decks. Why did it not ask me whether I was okay with going to the battle phase? Because I was definitely not okay with going to the battle phase. I guess I'll tidy this up. We'll tidy this up. I was on auto, that's why. Yeah. I know the answer. It's okay, though. And that's why it was good that we hit the safe worm last turn. Oh, I'm guessing Dotscaper is good. We could see some Dotscaper on Hieratic Seal Violence here. Because isn't Dotscaper 100 attack or is it 0? I think it's 100. Oh, it's 0. Good. Thank God. Alright, come forth, Dotscaper. Coward. Defense position, coward. And admit defeat. back now. My math mech deck when opponent draw 1 Bystial. The one card that's technically a bad draw right now, because I could have gotten it for free. Actually, you know what? Don't scoop so I can summon my shoe for the first time. I haven't actually managed to do that yet, so please let me do that. Hold up. Fusion summon! For the first time. Ooh. Nah, we gotta do this now. I built up too much to it. Okay, so this and this, and y'all say it with me. We're fusion summoning. Ooh! Alright, amazing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. And now we leave. Okay, thank you for letting me do that. Okay, the text-to-speech has almost gotten it down. Almost. Okay. I feel like now that we've resolved the Dark End Evaporation Dragon to Fusion Summon Shu, I feel like it's a good time to talk about whether that card should stay in the deck, because no, that was cool. Look, I felt that when all of you said Shu in the Twitch chat, that was cool. I liked it, but that card has not done all too much for us overall, which you might think that's sort of a betrayal right now that I'm saying this right after it's worked one time. But you also do have to realize that we've been playing for like almost 4 hours now and it's worked one time. If you remove it, I will spam the TTS with Shu. Are you threatening? I'm just trying to get this straight. Are you threatening to give me money if I take out Dark End Evaporation Dragon? Is that your threat? I don't know if that does what you think it does, you know? I don't know if you understand exactly. No, I'll take it out. And if you make your threat become reality, then I guess I'll deal with the consequences. The terrible, terrible consequences. Yeah. Which also does open up our extra deck a lot. Okay, I have a question. How does the Boral Fusion work? Is the Boral Fusion cool, maybe? Oh, Rapid Trigger is what it's called. But you can only fuse from field. Because I was thinking, like, these two are really good if you can summon them on the opponent's turn, right? What about duality? What are you trying to do with duality? Double Disruptor? I mean, Double Disruptor... Double Disruptor is a good card, but how are we getting this into the graveyard with my version of the deck? Oh no! A sub saying Shu because I removed the thing. How can I ever deal with this? Please stop doing that. No, I appreciate the 20 months. Thank you. Ravine? Look, okay, what you guys are trying to do right now, I know what you guys are trying to do. You guys are trying to make me build Dragon Link. This is specifically not what it's supposed to be. Lubellion into Furious with Duality, that's not a good thing. Like if I can summon Lubellion and resolve it and stuff, I'm already happy. I don't need to play Duality just to summon Furious Dragon in the case that my deck already does what it needs to do. Like if you want me to play Duality, we need to talk about what I can summon with it off of like tributing a normal, like a regular Bystial. Like I'm talking like what can we summon level 6 light that's good? Malong? Malong is not a good summon. That's not a good summon off of Duality. That's not a good thing. Okay, first things first, if we take out the fusion package, we can probably take out all of these, which means we have room for, unironically, we might play a third Seals. We've made 2 often. IP can return. We can also play something more situational like Underworld Goddess. We can also play... I don't have 3 Seals. Okay, never mind. I was joking. We never need 3 Seals. Right? Yeah, sure. Striker Dragon number 2, I think. We can play... You can buy the structure deck. I don't have the gems for the structure deck right now. We can add it at some point. We could play Lars. Lars is something I could see myself turning 2 Bystials into. We could also play M7 Zeus. That's a good play. M7 Zeus is pretty good. If you like, you go M7, add back a hand trap, attack, make Zeus on top of it. That's pretty neat. Bystial, Aluber plus this pattern. I mean, I'm not opposed to a level 4 tuner. I don't think that level 4 tuner should be Bystial. I mean, it could be Bystial Aluber. But what I'm thinking is there a level 4 tuner? Hold up. Let's do some. Is there a level 4 tuner that also puts a dark monster in the graveyard before itself goes to the graveyard? Tracer? No, not Tracer. Quem? Quem does do that. Quem does do that. At the same time, Quem is not that great in this deck, right? Like Quem plus Bystial is not as good as you think it is. Quem send Mercurier? Nah, that's not happening. That's not happening. Dragon Maid Parlor? Dragon Maid Parlor. What's Parlor Dragon Maid? This one. Send the Dragon Maid card from your deck to your graveyard. Well, that doesn't do anything. Send Tidying? Yeah. But it's like... It is a 1-card Seals. It is a 1-card Seals. Changeover do? Hop Ear is cooking. I don't know if Hop Ear is cooking. I would like to add another starter to this. Another starter would be nice. You can also send Changeover to try and go for Shoe. Okay, hold up. So what you're saying is we should play more Dragon Maids? Like Parlor and Chamber and then 1 fusion spell? That seems a little bricky. Not the worst. Or we play 10 pies? Yeah, or we just don't do that. How about we just don't do that? I vibe heavy with not doing that. So what would that be? It'd be 1 changeover and like 2 or 3 parlors. So what would that mean? If we draw parlor alone, it's just seals. If we draw parlor with chamber, we go parlor, send, changeover. You can't make the rank 8. Oh yeah, I can't make this anymore, really. I mean, I can with 2 Dubellions, but it doesn't happen. This is too many normal summons, I think. Shu needs a big dragon. I mean, we're playing a bunch of Bystials. But I'm not convinced that this is the best way to approach this. I think cutting the talents is fine, even though I did kind of like it. And then, I mean, nothing. We can try this with 1 of each, and then we take out 1 striker dragon. We can try this. It does give me 2 extra normal summons. The only thing I don't like is that I don't have that. This is like a bad draw if I don't have Dragon Maid cards. Yeah. Grand Tusk for seals. I would like to have a good seals target. Is Grand Tusk the best one? Target up to 2 cards on the field, destroy. It's probably the best one, right? Let's play a Grand Tusk. Play 41 for a game or 2. Ooh, this hand is awkward going first. That's what you sign up for when you play this deck sometimes. Wait, can the Dragon Maid fusion spell fusion summon other dragons too? Oh, it does. It's just poly for dragons. Yeah, that's fine. If we just keep playing the other fusion monsters, we can actually make use of that card. That's fine. Okay. That's not too bad at all. That could be cooking. What's the fusion materials on House Dragon Maid? Dragon Maid plus Dragon. Okay. I would love to Fuvalos that deck. I don't know if they might not even give me good targets for the Bystials, so we might just die without much of a say here. Yeah, the Fire King stuff is probably just beating me here, because they're gonna get it out there before I can interact. Like, if this Linkaribo was in the graveyard, that'd be wonderful, but it's not. I wonder if maybe in this instance it's just better to not play the Regained and the Beast. Just hold it all in hand. I mean, try to resolve Fuvalos, I guess. Maybe is a valid attempt at this hand. Like, just pass with Magna, Baldrake, Fuva. Oh no. We are dead, right? Probably, yeah. I mean, their hand is complete and utter gas right now. That is a light monster in the graveyard, though. Okay. Just the Magna? Okay. I was almost hoping they would pop both, so the Fuva was live. The best play for them was just pop Regain, nothing else. That is not enough. Now I have to. Okay, so it turns out just holding my hand and not doing anything on the first turn would have also not done anything. Now we're gonna die. But we would have died no matter what. Their hand was Poplar, Skyburn, 1/1, Called by the Grave, Baylor. Pretty good hand. Yeah, we're just gonna die to the Promethean Princess line here. My hope was to put the two bodies out there so that they have to go battle phase to clear them, because I do think if we get another turn there's a chance, but okay, actually extra deck, we need to adjust the extra deck, because I do think, okay, so Furious and Chaos should be here if we play the changeover card, and we probably cut the Lars and the IP. That way we can even make use of the spell card if we draw it alone. Oh, Tenpai. I love Maxi against Tenpai. I love looking at some cards before I die. Yeah, it's very cool to look at cards before you die. Very fun. Isn't that deck supposed to be dead and never to be played again? That's what it should be, but that's not it. But not what it is like at the moment. That's not Effect Baylor. Yeah, look, it's a starter for next turn. That we've also drawn the search target for. Isn't that cool? We don't even have any outs to this, I don't think. If they have Kaiman. If they have Kaiman, they can just go into the level 10 and go battle phase. We don't have an answer to that. We can look at so many cards before we die, though. So many. Oh, they have Kaiman too. That's very cool. That is not necessary, my dude, but yeah, sure. That makes it easier for you. I'm not sure why I'm still here. To be honest with you. But I'll just, at this point, I'll sit through, I'll just suffer here and then whatever. They're giving me vibes of a Tenpai player that could mess things up. That's why. But like, it's very hard to mess this up even. Like, almost impossible, but oh, no help anywhere to be found. Not even a glimpse of another Bystial. Those are just in time. Fun. But this is honestly why I don't really care about making decks good into Tenpai right now, because it is just... At that point, you're limiting your options so much when you're playing ladder that I don't really particularly care about having a deck that's good into Tenpai. I'll just go on to the next game. Okay. Fine, I guess. Or are you, another Tenpai? Ooh. Sure. Thunder Dragon? That's kind of based. Why not Fuse? Because awful? Ah, how cool is that? Love being mini-gamed. Wait, what? I thought it was another Lubellion in hand, but... That's very annoying because it stops my Magna search in the end phase as well. I don't think we'll die through the Druid Worm, but we are obviously not in a good spot. King Emrock, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate you. All right, well, there's 2 Colossus anyways, so I guess I'll send the Titan. This is good because it means I can actually get a Magnamute ad in the end. Oh my, what the fuck are you playing, man? Yeah, I too would like to draw Ash Crossout Gold Sark branded fusion, Bystial Lubellion, and Thunder Dragon. We don't even talk about the fact that we could have also just won if we did this in main phase 1 because we would have had a Mirror Jade to banish the Bystial, but nah. We don't talk about that. Sometimes it's just not meant to be, dude. It is just not meant to be. Some games are not meant to be won. Oh, what a great way to rank down. Oh, actually, okay, it's not what I thought it was. I'll take it back. I take it back. Okay. All right, I was not familiar with your game. That is both based because I thought it was Math Mech, but it's also concerning because that means Bystials are going to be completely ass against them. So I'm not sure if I'm happy or sad right now. A little bit of both. A little bit of both. Terror top. Okay. What does that mean? Let me have it. Thank you. All right, we're going to go into the Vernosyphilis cards now. Understandable. It is Madolche. You're not supposed to draw this. How's Fuvolos been doing for you? It's been okay. We haven't done the thing much where we actually got to use it because we went first and did like Seal's Pass and then Seal's Effect and all that. Like, we haven't done that much. But it's just been an okay card. Okay, the Nibiru we haven't activated a single time since I put it into the deck, but that's a different story. We've been bamboozled. Okay, so the card in hand is known. It's not Maxi, right? They searched something with this thing. What's going to be the next event that you'll attend? YCS Birmingham. Yeah, it's Angeli in hand. Bamboozling Shadow is both players draw a card. Okay. Okay, so instead of adding a card, I get to draw a card. Sure. That's a bad card to draw. That's enough Lubellions now. You can stop giving me Lubellions. Nope. Okay. All right. There and back again. I see. You know, the second one actually comes in handy now. The second Lubellion's pretty good here. Whee! It's been a while since we've achieved peak with this deck. What's happening right now? Oh! No! Oh my god. We've lost peak. That's messed up. That's so messed up. I'm so pissed right now. I'm so pissed right now. Okay, so they've got Angeli and a random draw. They still can't beat Nib. Nib is supposedly pretty good against this deck, yeah. Imperm is pretty solid. Yeah, sure. I could have chained it actually. Bounce the regain back to hand and then activate Fuva. That would have been pretty cool. Well. We can still tribute Druis with it, yeah. And then force them to play into Nib. Or just go, we can, oh yeah, I added Grand Tusk. I can just go Grand Tusk now on both. Where's Grand Tusk? I did add that. Yeah, I forgot I did that. Boom! Alright, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Okay, disaster avoided. We did not rank down. Overall, I think that this deck is very fun. I like it. I'm gonna keep it around, and we'll probably work on the concept again at some point. I've been having a good time. Obviously, it's not the craziest deck in the game, so you know, like, you are gonna have some tough matchups. In the current format, I would say specifically Tenpai is not a great matchup for this deck. But most other decks, and especially the ones that are somewhat weak to Bystials, are very fun and grindy matchups. I've been having a good time. It was fun. It was a fun little session. You can climb with it. You know, we did climb. Of course, it's not the fastest one to climb with because the decks the games themselves are a little slow, but and the win rate is positive, but not like 90% positive, anything along those lines. It's like a kind of grindy deck that can probably operate at around 60% win rate in like Diamond and Master rank, which is fine. Nothing outrageously good, but playable. And that's what I was hoping for with this deck, I think. Like, I was just hoping for it to be playable, because it's very enjoyable. It doesn't need to be the best deck in the game, but as long as you can play it, it's going to be very fun. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. It should be very solid against Fiendsmith. This is something that we could keep in the back of our minds when the Fiendsmith engine comes around. Might want to be revisiting something like this, if you like this sort of concept. You know, in a world where Tenpai gets hit on another ban list soon, hopefully Copium, and then Fiendsmith comes out, you could try something like this for sure. All right. It was a fun time. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Thank you as always for all the support, all the subs, all the follows. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll send you guys over to Mr. Trishula, who's been streaming at very weird hours for where he's from, but I'll send you guys over there. Hope you guys have an enjoyable time over there. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be live tomorrow. Tomorrow is a later stream. Tomorrow we're streaming a little bit later. Tomorrow is a Challenger Cup, which starts a little later. The Challenger Cup starts at 6 p.m., but I want to be live a little bit earlier than that. So I don't know exactly when we'll be live tomorrow, but we'll be live a little bit later than usual, just so you guys know. But we're going to do something before the Challenger Cup tomorrow, and then we're going to do Challenger Cup tournament commentary, do both things. I'm going to be live like a couple hours before it starts, and then we also have the Challenger Cup at the end of the stream. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Peace.